Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues.
Good
I hope
morning.
I'm really audible. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Lazola Nopegu. I'll be your facilitator for the day. Um, I welcome you to this workshop. Um, so we're supposed to be starting at 8:45. Um,
Lazolo, sorry, can you maybe remove the Teams group screen so that they
oh,
can see the document?
Oh yes, yes.
Great.
So this is the workshop that has been organized by SAPRA, and like I said, I'm going to be the facilitator for today. Um, the topic for today is radiation control regulatory compliance, of which we have three main speakers that will be presenting today, which will be Mr. Mahlangu, Mr. Mapope, Mr. Chetty, Ms. Chetty, and Ms. Ramchunda. Um, so I'm not sure if maybe we've got enough people to actually start. Um,
Yes, you can start, Lazo.
all right, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
All right, so for the opening and welcome, we're gonna call Mr. Enoch Butwa, who is the Deputy Director for Radiological Services in the Eastern Cape Department of Health. Mr. Butwa, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I will hand it over to you. Thank you. Mr. Enoch Butwa.
Yes.
Uh,
Good everybody. Can you hear me?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you. Thank you.
Oh yeah. All right, man. Sure. We've been having some IT gremlins here. I mean, it's been
Yes, yes, yes.
I always miss the physical because the physical you can literally see there is no challenges of the network and all that stuff. But we have to
Yeah.
adapt to the new times, new
Yes, sir.
normal. Yeah. Um, colleagues, I think first and foremost, let me take this time to greet everybody, my colleagues in the Eastern Cape and the colleagues from SAPRA, and I heard that they are colleagues from KZN. And we are really grateful that SAPRA, as guided by Mr. Mapope, they decided to have this session. And it's one of those sessions that are very, very critical because both of us actually are all in the same boat, but in different rooms, one for service, others for quality control measures or so. So at the end of the day, it's all about the services that we render to our communities. We used to have these sessions on an annual basis before when I started as the coordinator for the provincial uh, department in the Eastern Cape, where we would meet physically at various places. We met in Cape Town, we met in Pretoria on another year, and we discussed a lot of issues that are of common interest and that are very much important so that we can be able to maintain and keep our mandate. And we are really grateful that after this COVID thing, we are getting back to our near normal because we need each other to ensure that the services are rendered accordingly to all our clients in all our respective areas.
Yeah.
Yes, as the radiological services, we are really at a very center of most of the diagnostic services. And in the middle of that, we've got patients, we've got the employees as well, our professionals, and then both parties have to be protected by us ensuring that we keep to what is expected of us, to minimize and give the dose as low as possible whilst keeping the diagnostic aspect right at the forefront, as well as ensuring that the our professionals are protected from anything that might be there, which is where SAPRA comes in to regulate and assist so that we can ensure that our rooms are safe, our machines are safe, and our radiographers or other professionals are also protected by in the form of monitoring devices and all of those issues that are meant to ensure that everything is protected. Because if anything is coming out of the country, it has to be checked by SAPRA whether it is complying with all that is expected, as well as for us when we operate it, is it not dangerous to us? If it is, then how do we monitor the danger? Because sometimes we cannot escape the radiation. We just need to ensure that we protect, we give as much protection as we can while still maintaining to our mandate. Thanks a lot for that session. And I know this session should be able to give us some idea or some ideas as to how we can support each other, because we're not on opposite corners, we're all on the same corner. At the end of the day, it's about service rendered in a safe and controlled manner. So I would like to say thank you, Mr. Mapope and your team. And as the SNK, we can definitely, you can count on us ensuring that we support your mandate, we comply. And actually what we are doing, we're not only doing just to comply with SAPRA, we're doing it for the safety of our patients, for the safety of our professionals, so that everything is done accordingly to have a quality services for our colleagues as well as for our patients. I think with those words, Mr. Mapope and team, I would like to say thank you once again. We're looking forward to the interaction of checking on some other areas. I remember we had the issue of the national cost standards one time where we felt they needed to be refreshed because some areas that would be required, it would be areas where CT scan services or ultrasound services would be required at a CHC, because that thing was just blanketing everyone. So now if people don't have that service at a CHC, they would be marked negatively. So now what we're looking at is possibly if there are any of those cost standards, they should just comply with the level of care. At a CHC, you can't expect to have a CT scan there. At a CHC, you can't expect to have a radiologist there. So if let's say there are any of these documents, they should be as per the level of care, according to the mandate that level of care is rendering. So I think those are the areas that we spoke about when one time when we went to Cape Town. I think at that time Gillian was still there, and yeah, and some other guys that were still there. So I would really appreciate it as well that all those monitoring devices, they can also talk to the level of care that we are rendering, so that we don't expect what is not supposed to be there at an institution. For tertiary institutions, definitely CT scan you can find, MRI you might find, the ultrasound you might find, that you can, we are expecting you guys to test or check on us on those ones. But I mean, for the other ones, it should just go as per the level of care. Otherwise, all in all, thank you for all that you guys are going to do. We are anticipating a wonderful interaction so that we can carry up both of our mandates. And actually, our single mandate is to render the quality services to everyone in our country, in our province, without endangering anyone. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mapope and team. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Enoch, for the informative opening. Indeed, we can achieve a lot if we work together, both as practitioners and radiation control as well. Thank you so much. I will now go to our next speaker, which is Mr. Mahlangu. he will give us the role of SAPRA in the healthcare. If you are ready, sir.
Yes, I'm ready.
You are okay, sir. All right. Just a bit of an introduction. Mr. Mahlangu is a deputy manager here at SAPRA in Radiation Control Inspectorate, and his qualifications is that he has a master's degree in Sefako Makgatho University of University, and he also has 5 peer-reviewed publications, and has presented in conferences such as SAPMB, and also has presented for the IEA radiopharmacy workshop, which was held in Cape Town. So he's been in research in Sefako Makgatho Health University, and then he has also done training of medical physics interns, registrars, and radiotherapy students. And then he has leadership skills, of which he has been an acting HOD in medical physics in 2018 up until 2019, while he was still in Sefako. And he has also served as the board member at Samuel Benis Delmas Hospital. Also, he's been managing medical physics services rendered under nuclear medicine department in Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital, where they are in collaboration with Sefako Makgatho Health Science University. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to give us this general view. You can take over, sir.
Thank you so much, Lazola. It's a great honor to be introduced by you. Looking forward to the fact that I was once your lecturer, that you couldn't mention in that. So
Yes,
you nearly succeeded in making me to cry.
wow.
It is a great honor really to be introduced by you. I'm going to share my presentation, colleagues, and then you can indicate program director if you can able to see it.
Okay, so yes, I can.
Thank you so much. I trust everyone can see it, colleagues. So colleagues, thank you so much, Dixie. Colleagues, I find myself in a very hot seat here, whereby I should give a presentation on behalf of our manager, Mrs. Kapi, who is away for IAEA mission. So you pardon me if I miss some of the facts in the process, but I will try my best to represent her today. The presentation that has been given to me here, it's based on the role of SAPRA in the healthcare. So we're gonna look at these few points that I'm not gonna go through it. I trust it's gonna be as short as possible. And then in the main, we're going to look at the historical trajectory of SAPRA. As we all know that SAPRA it's an infant. It was established not so long ago. It was established in February 2018 as a Section 3A public entity. And then it is constituted as an independent entity that reports to the Minister of Health through the board. It has assumed the roles of both the MCC, which is your Medicine Control Council, and the Directorate of Radiation Control, which were housed in the National Department of Health before. Its responsibilities is of regulating all health products, medicine, medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, tests and devices, radiation emitting products, devices, both used in healthcare as well as in industry. The role of SAPRA. SAPRA has mandated to regulate all health products intended for human and animal use, licensing of manufacturers, wholesalers, distributors of medicines, licensing of medical devices, radiation-emitting medical devices, radioactive nuclides, licensing of non-ionizing devices and clinical trials, licensing of establishment, inspectorate and regulatory compliance. The pillars of SAPRA. Its vision is agile and responsive African health products regulator globally recognized. The mission of SAPRA is to promote access to health products and protect human and animal health through science-based regulatory decisions. It stands for these values: Ubuntu, responsiveness, integrity, transparency, efficiency, and excellence. SAPRA's objectives in the main: it's monitoring, evaluation, regulation, investigation, inspection, registrations and control of medicines, registrations of clinical trials, registrations of medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, registrations of schedules, medicines. SAPRA has legislative mandates. One of the main mandates is the National Health Act number 61 of 2003, Medicine and Related Substances Act number 101 of 1965 and its amendments, Hazardous Substances Act number 15 of 1973. The main one that we used as radiation control, because this talks, it's all about radiation control, is the Hazardous Substances Act number 15 of 1973. It speaks on 4 groups. The main groups that SAPRA has mandate to is Group 3 and Group 4. Group 4 deals with radionuclides regulation. It also includes code of practice within that space, guidelines and conditions. It is also supported by the 2 regulations, which is Regulation R246 and 247. Both were established in 1993. And this speaks to all sealed and unsealed sources. Ionizing radiations is also part of Group 3. This also has regulations concerning the control of electronic products, which is R1332, established in 1973. And it is also supported by codes of practice, guidelines, and conditions given to each license holders. Furthermore, SAPRA looks into the non-ionizing medical devices, which are regulated by R690 of April 1989, including 1302, which also regulates part of Group 3 ionizing radiations stuff. This deals mostly with schedule of listed electronic products regulations. The typical examples of non-ionizing medical devices might be your ultrasound, your MRI, and so forth. The organizational structure. My apologies if this is not clear enough. I couldn't do much about it. But as we've already indicated, that SAPRA is a Section 3A entity, and then it is responsible to report to the Minister of Health through the board. So now the CEO is accountable to the board, including their executive, which lies in this sphere here. But each executive is leading what we refer to in SAPRA as programs. So we've got 5 programs, as you can see, with 5 legs. What is important, medical devices and radiation control is in program 5. We'll speak more to it as we go along. Functions of these programs includes, not limited to, Program 1, administration, Program 2, health products authorization, Program 3, inspectorate and regulatory compliance, Program 4, medicine evaluation and registrations, Program 5, where radiation control is, it's got its sister unit, which is medical devices, and there is radiation control also in that unit under Program 5. So the organogram of our unit, radiation control, which my manager will always refer to it as a fit for purpose. It's got a manager, Mrs. Klapi, group admin assistant. It's a vacant post at the moment. We have 4 subunits in radiation control, namely radionuclides, radiation devices, which is your non-ionizing and medical devices, radiation inspection, and electronic generation of licensing, which is your X-ray, generally known as X-ray subunit. So you can always see that radiation inspection has more members, or supposed to have more members according to the organogram. So I'm not going to speak into the position as it stands, but what I can emphasize is that each unit will have a deputy manager that reports to the manager, and then the manager reports to the senior manager. So now this indicates that inspectorate has a greater responsibility. Hence, you can see there's more members that should be part of the inspectorate or staff members, because it renders services to all these other subunits in terms of inspections, incident investigations, and enforcement. So functions of radiation control subunits, you see that X-rays being the major one nationwide in terms of number of licenses as well. It provides licenses to all listed electronic products that emit radiation. Radionuclides being the second largest, if I may say so. It also have a bigger function in terms of providing licenses for medical isotopes and for industrial. Non-ionizing and medical devices, which also plays a major role in licensing all listed electronic products that doesn't emit any ionizing radiation. Then inspectorate, as indicated before, that it has to render services of inspection for all the 3 subunits. So group 3 in its own has a great responsibility to license medical, industrial, and research listed electronic products. That falls under the X-ray subunit. So this is just typical units, gadgets, or tools that as medical professions we come across on a daily basis. The top one is a portable fluoroscopy C-arms. Colleagues in this call can relate with all these units. This is the cath lab unit. They are all classified as medical devices. You've got your mammography unit, and you've got your CT scanner there. This one, maybe colleagues might come across it when they are traveling. Industrially, will get the baggage inspection units. It's also in the airports. You find some as well in medical institutions. And furthermore, you can also get them in prisons. And X-rays is responsible as well to license this, and then we need to do inspections to all of them. Furthermore, under research, you can see that there's a spectrometer here with the control devices. This could be the cylinder for sodium iodide and liquid nitrogen gas. I beg your pardon. And this will be your scintillator here. And this is mostly available in the research institutions. But the deflatrometer here, also it forms part of research. It's commonly found in the laboratories, radiopharmacy labs, and so on. Furthermore, you have under group 4, we have your nuclear medicine units, imaging units. This is the SPECT, CT, and then this is your iodine 131 capsules that are administered in the nuclear medicine for thyroid cancer. We have this, commonly you find them in radiotherapy. It's your high dose rate brachy unit, which uses 192 iridium sources. You've got your gamma knife unit, got the cyber knife unit as well. They are mostly important for radiotherapy treatment, external beam radiotherapy treatment. Furthermore, you get your linear accelerators. That's also for therapy delivery, and you can also have your prostate seeds implants. Then this is your gamma probe. It's a display monitor with different probes, mostly for scintillation detection of breasts. And it is commonly, it's a study that is mostly taken in nuclear medicine in conjunction with surgeons. Then we've got your thyroid probe on the right here. Before you can give your capsules that was shown before, you need to estimate the uptake on the thyroid so that you can determine the dose. And then you've got your well counter here for analyzing your sources for leakages and other things. The future of this unit, radiation control, we're looking forward to implement fee structure. And then this will go through all the legislative processes, and then it will also be given to the public for comments. So it will go through the gazetting and later the implementation. There are strong preparations or discussions about this aspect. This is because of the fact that radiation control as a unit, not even under this program, is the only unit within the SAPRA that doesn't generate any revenue. And as we have already indicated that SAPRA is part of the Section 3A public entity. According to the constitutions, they must generate revenue so that they can be as independent as possible from the government. And furthermore, we're looking forward to implement online licensing applications. We are working hard to roll out a new database system. Once that is functional, we can pilot it, and then we'll get to a point whereby we'll be able to interact with the license holders. And we're looking forward to, which we have already started the process, revising the guidelines and implementing new guidelines and looking at the code of practice if they still serve the purpose. We have managed to transfer all the guidelines, the old ones that were existing, into the new templates through the QMS processes, and they are available on the website. You can access them. Furthermore, we're also looking at beefing up the inspectorate division, getting more people so that we can cover these other facilities, particularly high-risk areas like the cyclotron, the radiotherapy practices, and so on. Mines also are being part of that. And then we have started the process. Thus far, we managed to employ about 5 inspectors since the beginning of the year. So we are doing well. We're looking forward to increase the numbers as time goes on. Furthermore, submissions of quarterly QC test by license holders as per requirements, particularly in the nuclear medicine and radiotherapy space. This is what we are looking forward, and probably with the rollout of the new database system, we may be able to make life much better for our clients, which is our license holders and authority holders. Colleagues, this is what we do on a daily basis. We are not office-based as inspectors. One of our inspectors was so excited to have discovered an orphan source in this rubble. So this is our work. We are working hard to ensure that the country is safe from any radioactive materials. Thank you so much, colleagues. Life is a risk. You challenge it or you're not. But in a way, colleagues, we are sitting with a big question mark where to steer ahead this organization. It's not easy, but we are working hard to shape up and to rebuild radiation control within the SAPRA space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahlangu. Unfortunately, we will not have questions for Mr. Mahlangu, but we do have a very informative website that colleagues can always look at. I mean, in terms of getting more information. But again, if there are really burning questions in terms of Mr. Mahlangu's presentation or the general overview, maybe we can open sometime at 12. So having said that, I'm gonna call now our main speaker for the day, which is Mr. Mapope. So he will actually be giving us a presentation in terms of compliance requirements. So Mr. Mapope is the deputy manager here at SAPRA in electronic generators of ionizing radiation. He's an experienced medical physicist who has demonstrated a history of working in private hospitals and public healthcare industry, including a managerial experience. He is skilled in radiology, clinical research, medical physics, oncology, radiation therapy as well. So he's got strong research professional with a master's degree in medical physics, of which he got it from Sefako Mahato University. And other degrees that he has obtained, it's a BSc honors degree from University of Witwatersrand and a BSc degree from University of KwaZulu-Natal. Like I said, he holds a position at the SAPRA as a deputy manager of licensing electronic generators of ionizing radiation. And he started here in July 2021. Welcome, Mr. Mapope, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. And then I would also like to thank the previous speakers and also welcome everyone who made time to join us today. The one thing I wanted to mention was, unfortunately, we didn't manage to get CPD points for this session, but in future we will do our best to, because I know colleagues, there sometime their time is valuable, so if the sessions that we do are also CPD accredited, it assists them with their professional development. So in future, we'll try to get the CPD points in time. I think we were late for the submission at HPCSA. My presentation, I will just try to outline the things that we are looking for when we are talking about compliance for licensing or for application of licenses. Mr. Mahlango already given a brief overview of what is SAPRA about. So because this workshop, we are trying to focus on the X-ray or the generators of ionizing radiation, but particularly the diagnostic X-ray portion. So I'm hoping that we'll do more of these sessions in future, try to cover other topics as well. But I believe this is a good place to start. As Mr. Mahlango mentioned, the 4 subunits of radiation control, radionuclides, which is group 4, and then X-ray licensing and NIRMED, which is group 3, NIRMED being the non-ionizing radiation, and then we have the inspectorate unit as well. So in terms of the regulations that we are supposedly being governed by, which they are all available on the SAPRA website, and it's very important that us as the regulator, we promulgate these acts, and also it's accessible to the license holders, because it's what gets you to understand what is required for compliance and stuff like that. So if we have conditions and we have guidelines, we are all guided by the acts and regulations. So the main regulation for the control of electronic products is the regulation 1332. So all the group 3 hazardous substances will be guided by that act. And then we also have the schedule of listed electronic products, which is regulation R1302. This is the list of all the products that are classified as listed electronic products, and therefore they fall under the regulation of the Hazardous Substance Act. Some of the provisions that you will find when you look in the acts, especially concerning the Group 3 Hazardous Substances Act, we're trying to control the letting, the use, the operation and application and installation of Group 3 hazardous substances. So therefore, in South Africa, no one is allowed to sell, let, use, operate such substances without a license that is issued by the regulator. And it goes further to talk about install and keep installed. So basically, you can't install or keep a machine installed without the necessary permission from the regulator. To break down a little bit on Regulation 1332, what it tries to regulate the issuing of licenses, and then the provision for us to provide conditions of those to those licenses, and then also the registration of radiation workers. We might not be registering radiation workers like we used to do before with the RC008, but we still have systems to make sure that radiation workers are being monitored as part of the conditions. Other provisions that you'll find in Regulation 1332, it clearly states that the scope of radiation protection lies with the license holder. This means that as much as we are trying to regulate and we try to get people to be compliant, at the end of the day, should a radiation incident happens, the accountability will also be to the license holder. We try to get at least to have minimum things in place that will ensure a level of safety, but those things they are a responsibility of the license holder to make sure that the environment and the work environment and the patient and the machine and everything, the entire activity is safe for everyone. So we can regulate and put conditions and put guidelines, but the bottom line is that the radiation protection is the responsibility of the license holder. Hence, the Act says we need to give a license to someone that we think, or to institution, or to people that we think that they have the ability for that particular responsibility. So another provision that you will find when it comes to the Regulation 1332 is the provision for monitoring of radiation workers. As I mentioned, in the olden days, radiation workers used to be registered through the regulator at DOH. It's no longer a requirement per se, but we require that every radiation worker, obviously to a certain degree, must be monitored, and this monitoring must be done by a monitoring service. That service needs to be approved. So currently we have 2 services that are approved. Okay, I'll get to that later on, but we have 2 services that are approved in the country for monitoring of personnel or of radiation workers. That will be SABS and dosimeter services. When you're monitoring radiation workers, you need to apply the correct dose limits. We already know the dose limits for occupational exposure to be 20 millisieverts per annum. That is average over 5 years. And then we shouldn't exceed 50 millisieverts in any of those years. So I think the condition also is that the people who need active monitoring or dosimetry monitoring is those ones who are likely to get 1/3 of the 20 millisieverts per annum. So through the assessment, whatever the assessment could be, if the practice is likely to get to that, then the monitoring is required. There's also provision regarding patients. This is solely trying to fulfill the Alara principle, because we all know that medical exposures, they are not necessarily, they don't have what you call limits or dose limits, but then we want to irradiate people with useful beam strictly for medical purposes, and those activities needs to be justified. And then while it's justified, the exposures needs to be kept as to the lowest value as possible. So this provision from our regulation, it's consistent with the international standards, which most of you know it as the Alara Principle. Specifically, it says all diagnostic and therapeutic irradiations, every effort is made to keep the gonad skin and integral dose at the lowest possible values consistent with clinical requirements. So obviously, when it's diagnostic, we need to make sure that we collimate to the area of interest. When it's therapeutic, we need to make sure that our organs at risk are getting as low as reasonable at dose, while we don't compromise our prescribed dose to our target volume. Again, we need to make sure that we protect the young ones and the women of reproductive age. So again, this is a provision that the regulation says the state. In this case, we also go to the extent of, I mean, in many cases, we will say that when you have to scan a patient that is of reproductive age, extra precaution needs to be taken to ensure that we protect the new member of the public on the way. So in our process at X-ray unit, while we're using the 1332 regulation, we also have the 1302, which allows us to know the listed electronic products, and all those listed electronic products requires an import license before it requires an import license before the products can arrive in South Africa, or even some people they manufacture from South Africa, those listed. So if they want to manufacture in South Africa or import or do the refurbishment, then they need to follow the licensing process. So some of the required document is a color brochure, letter of appointment if they are suppliers or they have agreement with manufacturers overseas. They need to provide the certificate of compliance and all of those things. So this is the process when your clinics or your hospital are buying equipment. You need to ensure that they're buying the equipment from licensed suppliers, and licensed suppliers goes through this process to get their distributing or their import license from radiation control. So if they don't have this license, the advice from us is that you shouldn't be buying from such dealers. And the dealers, usually their license will have each model of their equipment that they are selling will come up with a license number and the model name and stuff like that. So, and the brand name and the model name, I mean. So you need to make sure that you see it on the license document that they will provide to you. Usually, once we find that you have a machine and the machine is not licensed and is not on our database, the machine needs to be confiscated, or if you are able to return it to the manufacturer outside the country, sometimes we allow that, but in general we prefer to confiscate the unit because it become a contravention of the act and the regulations. So when you look at the listed electronic products, there are categories in terms of their risk, but in general, you'll have diagnostic X-ray units and you'll have therapy units, and then the industrial and research X-ray units. Then you have the accelerators and heavy particle accelerators, neutron and neutron generators. So those are they have different classes and different risk. As Mr. Mahlangu said, previously we were not the regulator was not able to reach some of the high risk, such as the electron accelerators and the neutron generators. So with the inspectorate being beefed up, we surely will be having a program to reach them next year. Again, when we issue a license, the regulation guides us who can we give a license to. Is the specific institutions can receive a license. So this institution will be limited to medical institution, dental practices, radiology practices, and oncology practices. A medical institution could be a private hospital or a public hospital or government hospital. So that is what we refer as specific institutions. Obviously, for industrial, it could be a mine, it could be an airport, it could be any type of institution that needs that type of device, and we are able to evaluate that the device is going to the right hands. If it's a specific person, usually the specific person is by their profession and their scope of practice. So we will know that for this type of person and this type of device that they are trying to, or the practice they are trying to embark on, their scope of practice will allow them, so that we don't have any conflict of interest whereby a veterinary is looking to buy a dental machine or a CT scan that is meant for medical purposes. So we try to make sure that people, they receive what is necessary in their scope of practice. So every time when we issue a license, bear in mind that especially for fixed unit, we are also based on the regulation, we are also licensing the premise. So it's very important then that we need the location of the premises, but we'll talk about that as we go on. So because we need to know at all times where the specific unit is installed. So it is based on the regulation that we license the premise. So in other type of listed electronic products, we actually need to actually survey or inspect the premise before we can issue the license. So, but obviously it depends on the risk that we think is involved. But in most cases, if we have the diagrams and then we see that the diagrams, they are within the specific or the specific requirements, then we issue the license. But obviously, in due course, inspectorate will reach the facility and they will confirm the requirements that were in the application. So we don't necessarily want to visit every facility before they get their license. So once you know, once you have the facility that you want to operate or the practice you want to operate, then you need to apply for a use license. So usually this is flowing from the import license of the dealers or suppliers, where we inform them that they need to report every sale of those equipment. So by reporting the sale, meaning they are telling us who are they selling it to. So now once they tell us who they are selling the unit to, then we are able to now assess the applicant who is trying to get the license. So when it comes to the use license, we have 3 different forms depending on the practice. If you're trying to do medical diagnostic X-ray and the related components, you will use the RC dealer. If you are trying to do dental X-ray, you'll use the RC dent. When it's for therapeutic purposes or particle accelerators, you'll use the RC03, which is usually combined with the RC011. So these are the form if you wanna procure or you wanna add or you wanna get a new equipment to your facility. So according to the conditions that we give to the import license, the suppliers, they cannot deliver or install the machine until they receive what is famously called the may install. So should the delivery happen, trust me, sometimes something whispers to us that in such a place, there's a delivery that has happened and there's no license in place. And then should we believe that information or should we find that information to be true or reason to believe it, the inspectorate will be able to enforce the regulation, the fact that they shouldn't be delivered or installed without the license. So we also have a second-hand process whereby equipment can exchange hands, meaning one facility can close or one individual who was owning a machine can close down or get out of business, then they need to sell it to somebody else. So we call this second-hand applications, where we allow the exchange of machines. This again it's a provision from regulation that we need to be informed that the machine has now changed premises or the machine has now changed ownership. We cannot transfer the license. What we transfer the device. Basically, if applicant, if license holder A has a license and then they want to close their license, we'll close their license. The next person who gets the machine will have their own license, but then we'll add the machine in that license. So we cannot transfer the license. So one person cannot take over somebody else's license. Again, such situation, we come across that somebody retired, but now I'm in charge and it's my facility now, but you're not on the license, so it becomes a problem. So so part of that secondhand process, we also have the change of responsible person. Most of the colleagues on this call, in their facilities, you'll find that they are responsible person, and maybe they are responsible person somewhere else as well as private, whatever the case might be. But the important thing is to remove yourself when you are no longer involved in the practice, because oftentimes you find out a person resigned from this hospital and then join another hospital, but we don't get informed, and the hospital, this site, they carry on without appointing a new responsible person. And this becomes a challenge when things go wrong, and then we need to discuss it with a responsible person, and then we can't find that responsible person. So it's very important for you colleagues to always inform us so that we then take it back to the license holder, because usually if you are a responsible person, you're not necessarily the license holder. The license holder is the one responsible to get a new responsible person. It's not your responsibility. Once you informed us, that's it. We are done. Then we'll deal with the license holder to hold them accountable in terms of getting a new responsible person. And then we also have a process where we can reactivate license. So with the RC02, you can store a machine that is not in use, or you can dispose a machine, whatever the case might be. Some of the machines that are being stored, we can reactivate that license. When you send us the RC, you need to send us the RC00 form. So I will just summarize the workflow that then happens on our side. Once we receive the new application, or once the person decides they want to buy a machine, then the process is that we will receive the RC data that will be submitted by the supplier. In most cases, they prefer to facilitate that process, which we are happy with. And then on our side, we need to ensure that the person that is going to take the machine is compliant with all the regulation. Some of the things I already mentioned before, that you are the correct person with the scope, or the institution with the practice and all of that. So if you have an existing license and you're trying to get a new equipment, you also check some of the inspections that have been done, if you've been compliant and all of that on your existing machines, because that tells us that you are capable to have more machines in your practice. So should we find something that is non-compliant, and then we will send you a may not install. Usually a may not install will come with reasons why you're getting a may not install. Once you rectify and you are compliant, then the process can go through. Usually if you are compliant, we send a may install, meaning the dealer will receive a the notification that we are good now. We are happy with this applicant. You can now resume the installation, the delivery and installation. As I mentioned before, you can now resume the delivery and installation. And then usually we'll then want the acceptance test done by the approved inspection board. And then those tests, the inspection body will leave a report with the responsible person, and then will also need to be submitted with the electronic submission. We update the database, and then we are able to issue a brand new license, an updated license to the applicant. When it comes to the second-hand workflow, meaning now somebody wants to dispose or sell. So if you're disposing, we usually want to get the RC02 indicating that you're disposing. We have a guideline of how to dispose of X-ray units. And then if it's sold or transferred or whatever, so remember, you're transferring the machine, you're not transferring the license. So we need the RC02, which usually is signed by the old holder. and then the new holder will sign the RC01. You'll notice the RC01 has details of what is required and all of that, because it allows us to assess the new holder. So in this case, we review mostly the new holder if they are compliant, and then if they are compliant, when we then remove it, use the RC02 to remove the device, and then we send the updated license of the old holder to show them that we've removed we've removed the machine from their license, and then the new holder will get a main install, and then if they are not compliant, we don't remove the machine from the old holder until this one is compliant, because removing that it means the machine now is hanging in balance. And then if this one is non-compliant, we issue a may not install. Again, the may not install comes with reasons, which usually should be fixed. So if it's a may not install, then we then inform both the applicant, the RC02 and the RC01. We inform them both why there's a may not install. Should they rectify, then the may install is issued. And then we expect acceptance test. So we usually issue an acceptance test letter, giving them 30 days that they need to give us the acceptance test within 30 working days. Once we get the 30 working days, we then upload the test. Okay, the inspection board uploads the test, send the test to us using the electronic submission, and then we upload it to the database. Everything is updated. The new holder gets their license issued as well. Now you will notice at this point in time on the new equipment, we might sometimes issue the license without waiting for the acceptance test, but I think we had a lot of people abusing that glitch in the process, or that leeway that we've given to the license holders. So we might change that to be exactly the same, whereby we can't issue the use license until we have the acceptance test. Yeah, I think in future we might do that, because when we give that leeway, there was a lot of people that will end up not even asking the inspection bodies to do the test, because they already have the license to use. So again, if it's the machine for therapy, which is the RC03 that we get, the only fundamental difference here is that we do a safety assessment, meaning there is a different list of assessment we do. And then we also do what we call a pre-licensing or pre-use inspection. So this type of facilities is at a higher risk than the others. So we do go and physically inspect the unit after installation. So if it's a new bunker as well, so if this bunker has just been built, we assess the plans before it's built, and then once it's built, we have to assess after it's been built before the machine is installed. But some of the processes we get to understand that our colleagues have now understood the requirements for safety. So we don't have a lot of issues in most times if a medical physicist has been involved in those areas. So then once we've done the pre-use inspection, then we are able to issue the license, which usually comes with one condition, which we call it condition 50 for their linear accelerators, or the use of therapy machines. Now, this form comes from the RC dealer form. Here, I just want to try to indicate some of the things that or some of the challenges that we get when we receive these forms, and because we receive tons of these forms on a daily basis, and we need to go through each and every one of them. So there are sometimes small things that or small details, and then sometimes it's between the dealers and you guys as applicants if you're looking for to apply for a machine. So between the two of you, you need to check each other if everything is captured correct, so that we don't have these surprises. So this part is filled by the dealers. Usually they have their license, so each unit that they are selling, it will have its own license numbers. If that license number doesn't correspond with the brand and the model, we have a problem in the database. So they have it on their license listed that this brand and model has this license number. They just need to put it here. Should it has a mismatch, we are unable to add this machine on the database, because when you put the license number, it doesn't show up the brand, or when you put the brand, doesn't show up the license number. So the machine cannot be added. So we normally return those forms. And then for some of the units at the moment, it's compulsory for industrial or vets and dental we want the units to have a serial number. For the medical ones, we still give a leeway there because of the test that is done by inspection bodies. So we know that we will eventually get the serial numbers from the inspection bodies results. So again, it's another process that we can look at, because we still find other machines in the database without the serial numbers being updated for some reason. So should we feel that this is not working in a long run, then we will require serial numbers for all the units before we it's a big challenge for us. So some of the things that we need specified is the technique factors. Sometimes they just leave it blank, and we have to understand what are they trying to sell to you. And then they need to indicate which inspection body will do the test. The inspection body list is now available on the SAPRA website under radiation control. So should you see this form and then you see this inspection body and you want to check if this inspection body does exist, we can always go to the radiation control page on the website, and then you can verify if that inspection body does exist. They will have their SANAS reference number there available on the website. So then from section 8 onwards, that is the responsibility of the applicant. So the applicant needs to capture this information for us, and then it needs to indicate who is applying for the license. So usually when it's the institution, so the application should state which hospital is this and who is the contact person. Usually somebody in the we request contact information to be somebody in the CEO office, but we've noted that the responsible persons, they try to they try to put all this information, and then they also sign on behalf of the hospital, which we don't have a problem, but we just know that there are certain things that when we require certain information, we require, okay, for an example, when we do an inspection, we can do the inspection with the responsible person. Should we find major non-compliances, we then discuss it with the responsible, but technically we need to inform the license holder, which is the institution, which is the management of the institution. Most cases is represented by the CEO. In other cases, maybe it could be clinical managers or senior managers, but the issues that are major on the findings, and sometimes responsible person, they tell us the challenges that they have with management. So these things needs to be escalated to them. So a responsible person is appointed here, but when you are changing, you can use the RC045, or when you're adding an additional person, you can use the RC05. So most people, they ignore their HPCSA and their qualification. So some of these things we as long as the attachment is there, sometimes we'll then be able to use the attachment. But this form, we keep it for records that this of how the application looked like when it came. So some of these things, when they are not in order or we're not happy, we don't necessarily want to send a may not install, but we will send a thing that says, can you do this, or can you have this, or can you correct this? So for an example, some people, they already have the existing license, but here in section 80 they don't put it. Then it means we need to search, and sometimes the search can be difficult when we don't have all the information. But when we have the number, we are very quick to find your information on the database. So if the forms comes correct, it assists us to proceed swiftly, or to assist the applicants quicker. So a may not install may be sent if the responsible person doesn't have the right qualification, or doesn't, for the practice that is used. For an example, you are trying to apply for a CT scanner, but you are not a radiologist or a radiographer. Then I mean, yeah, or a medical physicist, then we can reject that application. So we not reject, I mean, we can send a may not install, and then we'll indicate what exactly the problem is. The person that can be a responsible person will fall in those four categories: radiographer, radiology, medical physicist, and chiropractor. This is for medical x-rays. For dental x-rays, obviously it will be the dentist, the dental hygiene, the dental therapist, or yeah, I think those two, they will be eligible to get a license. Some of the duties of the responsible person, should you forget them, they are listed on the RC005. So it's very important when you are being appointed as the responsible person to understand what is your role as a responsible person. So two that I will highlight, that I highlighted, is that the equipment in which such equipment is installed, and facilities of where the equipment is installed, you are responsible for the radiation safety standards of that facility. So meaning when the CEO or when the license holder appoints you as a responsible person, they think you are capable of radiation safety and standard for that institution. And then another responsibility is quality control test. It is your responsibility to ensure that they are performed at prescribed frequencies. So there is a document that is available, or a guideline that is available on the SAPRA website in terms of diagnostic QC and its frequencies. There are daily QC tests required. There are weekly or monthly tests required. And then the important one for me is the annual test, because those are the ones that we receive from the inspection bodies. There are more responsibilities, including the making sure that each and every person that is there is being monitored. And then if there's a need for protective clothing, PPEs, they are available. And some of the procedures, you have SOPs in place. So those all are the responsibility of the responsible person. Again, this person sometimes might not necessarily perform this test and all of that by themselves, because I think that was the question the other time. This person ensures that these things are in place and they are being implemented on behalf of the license holder. So don't go back to the clinic and say you don't want to do QC, because we said QC is the responsibility of the responsible person. The responsible person needs to make sure that those things are done in a way. And then when it comes to other facilities or other activities, we require the service of a medical physicist. In radiology or in interventional radiology, we have a form called RC006 that we need a medical physicist to be appointed. They are responsibilities that they have in that practice. And then also medical physicists are required for all the therapeutic practices. So continuing on that form, one thing that sometimes we don't get is the diagram of the installation. As I mentioned, that we are licensing the premises. So when you send the application, you're installing a rect baki, we need to know, and we need to know the diagram of how it's going to be installed. And then the installation, we do have a guideline of the design of X-ray rooms. It's available. The link is there. So when I share the presentation, you should be able to access the link. But under radiation control guidelines, we do have that guideline. And so that guideline will cover general and fluoroscopy rooms and some of the special procedures. And then usually for the radiotherapy room, we recommend the NCRP 151. So if we receive the application without the installation or the diagram, we then depends, but we will normally request it. Should we not receive it, then we will eventually send a may not install. And then usually this is not applicable for mobile and portable X-rays, but the mobile X-rays, or maybe they don't mean to say mobile, the one units that are installed in vehicles, we then instead we still needed the diagram of the container or where the machine is being contained, and then we'll probably need the license number of the vehicle because that becomes the premises of the machine. So sometimes we get hand-drawn diagrams. So the hand-drawn diagrams, if they are neatly done and they are showing these items here, where the direction of the tube is, what is the lead equivalent of the walls, we might consider if they are neatly drawn. I was told to remove. I had an example before of some of the diagrams we receive as plans for installation of the. So some of these hand drawings we definitely reject now because they don't give us the information that we want, and when the inspectors comes, they don't see what is being drawn, being implemented in the clinic. So it becomes our problem. So from onset, we will need professional drawn in future, professional drawn diagrams, especially for new machines. For an existing machine, if you are replacing a machine, it will depends if we can find on file what was the diagram, we might request it, but most people they just send it anyway. So the dosimetry services, which is the section 15 on the form, as I mentioned before, these are approved services. So these services SABS and dosimeter services, which are the ones that currently monitor radiation workers, especially in the medical field. So what is happening currently is there is an establishment of a national dose register, and then this both of these services are subscribed to the national dose register. The national dose register is currently being administered by the National Nuclear Regulator, whereby on a quarterly basis, these two services, they take your readings, they supply it to that system. What then that does, at any point in the future, you should be able to log into the National Dose Register and check your lifetime doses there. So the system is up and running, but it's not yet open to the public. In future, it will be open to the public. There are still glitches and there. I'm hoping next year it will be open. So using your ID number, then you should be able to access your lifetime dose, because doesn't matter where you worked, the system will merge your doses, the ones that come from dosimeter services, the one that comes from SABS, over the lifetime as a radiation worker. If you've been monitored, you should be able to get those doses. So what I want to emphasize is that when we issue
Sorry, Mr. Mapope, without disturbing you, sir, we've already went 6 minutes into the Q&A session.
Okay,
just to bear in mind.
1 minute, then I conclude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so a may install is usually sent to the supplier to tell them that they can now deliver and install. A may not install, it's usually sent to also the supplier, but we also send it to you as the applicant should, because sometimes there are things that you need to rectify. We definitely by regulation we need to tell you what is wrong with the application, what is the reason for the may not install. Sometimes we then receive queries from other people that are not part of the application. There's a POPI Act, and then also SAPRA has its own acts and also its own guidelines in terms of dissemination of information. So you'll find that sometimes we refuse to supply information to other people that are not part of the application. So just make sure your follow-up procedures and are not followed. Sometimes you get the MEC calling us to check on the application, or somebody calls and they say they're the MEC. We don't know. But the people who are on the application, they are the one who are privileged to the information or to the outcome. It's up to them who they send it to afterwards. So what I wanted to highlight is the issue of inspection bodies. So there are two documents that the inspection bodies they use for that they follow for their test is the diagnostic QC and the dental QC. So those documents are available on the website. They can be downloaded, including all other other guidelines are available. So when you receive a license will have your product, model, and name, and a serial number. And then we'll also have the condition on the side. So when it has these conditions, this conditioning details of what they mean, it's written below this on your license. It's best for you to read and understand what the condition applied for that particular model. So different models will have different condition, depends on what they are being used for. I also kindly request that should you see on your license that there's no serial number, feel free to contact us so that and supply the serial number, because this has been a challenge to see to get serial numbers. Okay, I will end here, my leader. Thanks everyone for listening. And once you get the presentations, these are some of the links that takes you to our website. The important one is the whistleblower link number 2, whereby when you see people who are doing funny things against the regulations, you can always inform us using the whistleblower, which means we will keep you anonymous on your whistleblowing. But all other links are available for you guys to check on our website. Thank you. Lazola, over to you, Seth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mapope. Without wasting any time, I will just go straight to our questions. I'm opening the floor for the questions for both the speakers. Thank you. Okay, the first question that I see on my side, Dilegile Kujwa. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you so much to all the information that was shared by our speakers. It has been very much informative. Thanks a lot. I just need to check on a couple of things. The first one, the issue of donated X-ray units. If let's say there is an overseas manufacturer who wants to donate something to the Department of Health. And then what is usually the case, because I know for the new installations or for any machine that comes into the country, our suppliers get to cater for that, and then there is something that is controlling that. So now if it comes all the way from that place, let's say overseas, and then they want to donate into the country, what is usually the process that is being followed regarding that? I think that's the first one I just need to check. And also in our province, there have been a lot of people moving around, and then sometimes you would find that there is you would think that there's still someone at that institution who's supposed to be going or who's supposed to be there as a responsible person. But due to matter that might be beyond their control, they might get to leave the institution without you as a provincial coordinator being aware. And then now when SAPRA wants to visit the institution, of course, there will be some information that you guys will be forwarding to ensure that at least someone is there. And then sometimes if that person is not there to receive whoever the SAPRA inspector is, sometimes I remember that previously it used to be indicated as if there is no one that is able to give access to the SAPRA inspector, and then that institution is sealed. I don't know whether it's still the case even now, because so the reason why I'm asking for I'm saying this is that is it not possible that for any communication that goes to the institutions, I know even for these licenses that are being applied for, is it not going to be easier or going to be able to assist SAPRA if the provincial coordinator of that province is also copied, if there's anything that is being said to the institution, even in the matter of the licenses or so, because sometimes as provincial coordinators, we find it a bit challenging when the license documents are being sent or any information that SAPRA is requiring and there's no response, and then you find the institution being sealed without you being aware. Whereas if, let's say, you had been aware or you had been copied of that for that information, you could be able to assist with whatever information that SAPRA is looking for. So basically, it's just a blanket copying, because if, let's say, there's any institution that come to that is being inspected by SAPRA or any from that SAPRA is requiring, as the provincial coordinator, I'm sure I can be able to assist. As I'm saying that the people, they get to move from one institution to another. You find that there's a lot of changes. Even as we speak now, we spoke in our own radiography forum meeting that we need to update the responsible person database. So mainly, can you get copied as a provincial coordinator, basically, for radiological services? I think that's basically what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuchwa. I will try to attempt to answer your two questions, starting with the last one. Now, what I want to indicate first is that if you look at Section 9 of the Act, Act 15 of 1973, there's that section gives powers to the inspectors. One of the things is that inspectors need to, at all reasonable time, given access to the to the facility. I think in terms of communication, you on your side as well, I think it means you need to see to it that you improve your communication. When people are moving, they need to at least inform you at minimum, so that you are aware that that center is it needs a responsible person. So on our side, that could be discussed with inspectorate when they are planning their inspections. If they feel or if they agree that they will be able to also contact the provincial coordinators. I think by now we do have at least in 6 provinces, we know who are the coordinators at the moment. but that Phineas can confirm or can look into it, that they communicate it with you in future. True, should we not get access, because most of the time we denied access because we are not allowed to uncover the problems that are happening. So in most cases, that's the procedure, that if we are denied access or we don't have anyone to assist in terms of the things that we are there. And remember, traveling for us at this moment, it costs SAPRA and radiation control, and it doesn't cost the license holder anything. So if we get to a place and we are denied to do what we came to do, the easiest thing to do at that moment is to seal until somebody is available to engage with us. And then your first question about the donations of the donations of units. I'm showing this slide again because this slide is what is required from an importer or somebody who wants to supply. So they will get a license to supply this information. So I haven't come across, I mean, the people that receive donations, the NGOs, sometimes it comes through, they get donated machines that are already on the system that will be supplied by suppliers that are on the system. So should the supplier that, or should the donator and the machine that is being donated is not on the system, then it means the institution can apply for an import license and for the purposes of the donation, but then those machines will need to be evaluated based on the documentation that is normal. So as the institution, we will tell you, request this document, request this from the donator. And the donator, if the donator is not the manufacturer, the donator will have to get that information from the manufacturer, because some of this information comes from the manufacturer themselves. So eventually, the person that wants to, the person that is going to be donated the machine will have the import license to import these machines for the sake of the donation. I'm not sure if that is clear enough, Mr. Kucho.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ms. Mapape, for the response. And yes, it does cover me. And actually, what I was even saying now is that before my time here, previously, there used to be, actually, there was once upon a time some machine that came from Japan straight into the country. So now, when we got to be aware of it, I mean, they were already installed, but seemingly they were not registered with SAPRA and all that stuff. That was way before my time. I'm sure when I was still a student. But just to cover ourselves, thanks for that information. That is, should there be such, then the institution should be the one that gets to apply for this.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Over to you, Lazola.
Thank you, Mr. Pujua. Our second question is from Daniel. You can go ahead, sir.
Mel
Daniel?
Ontogos, are you able to unmute the speaker? Try to unmute now, Daniel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is around clarity on my understanding of the responsible person. In my understanding, it seems to me that the CEO or the clinical manager becomes the responsible person, or did I miss something? Did I miss the understanding there? Because currently our radiographer in charge is usually the person that is the responsible person. I just wanted to understand the link between the responsible person and where the clinical manager / CEO of the hospital comes in when we do these applications. Number two, my question is around the turnaround times when it comes to the issuing of licensing. I know in the documentation it states that you should give 30 days at least for processing. In our personal experience, it more than ever, it usually overruns that period. And then lastly, my communication speaking to application of new equipment. My understanding is that the company that's installing communicates with SAPRA on installation. And seemingly it feels as if we as the end users are being left out in the process. What I mean is that we need to speak to the installer and ask for information on how far the process is in the issuing of the licensing, speaking to the fact that they send through the necessary reports, speaking to my install, etc. So I think my question is, how can we be part of that communication?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I will attempt again to answer all your three questions. Okay. Your first question was about the responsible person. So what I was trying to explain is you have the license holder, which is, if you're looking at the form, the license holder is at this section, particulars here of the applicant. So that's the license holder. Now, if the license holder is let me give an example. It's a private application. This license holder is a radiologist. They then can appoint themselves as a responsible person because they understand the roles of a responsible person. But if it's an institution, the institution, they will then appoint somebody that is qualified to do the things that the responsible person needs to do, which is in many cases a radiographer or a radiographer or a medical physicist or a radiologist.
Okay.
So those people are I normally say they are the technical people who will perform the duties on behalf of the license holder. So that's where the link is. So usually clinical managers, they represent the license holder, or CEO. Those are the license holders. So meaning when you want dosimeters and you the responsible person doesn't buy the dosimeter, but they need to ensure that there's dosimeter. So if you don't have dosimeters, you go to the license holders. And if you are not happy with they are not making you to do your job, when you report to us, we talk to them and say, you are the license holder. The act says you are responsible for the radiation protection. Therefore, by not providing these things to the responsible person, it's contravening the act, and we might be able to inspect or seal or whatever the case might be. So I hope it's clear there.
Yes,
and
thank
then
you.
in terms of the turnaround time, I know the 30 days is what license holder says, but they miss that is 30 working days. So you must double check there. It's supposed to say 30 working days, and 30 working days is usually 6 weeks. But I don't deny the fact that since I arrived here in July 2021, there's always an overflow of this turnaround time. This has many factors that is causing this, including issues where we had lack of resources, human resources, and then we also sometimes we get an overwhelming amount of application in a month, more than what we normally get, and yeah, then it creates a little bit of backlog. I didn't hear Mr. Lazola introducing himself, but I can safely say Mr. Lazola is the medical physicist added to the X-ray licensing unit. since October this year. So again, it's what we're trying to do to get more people so that we can be able to at least get into the turnaround time that we've committed ourselves to. So give it time. We're hoping that at least by January, February, we should have improved the situation. I know Mr. Lazola has indicated that he's going to work over weekends as well, sometimes to catch up and make sure that we never get out of the turnaround time. So obviously the turnaround time, again, it applies for applications that are not out of the ordinary, meaning everything looks fine and we are happy with, we don't have to go through many things or go back and forward with the applicant trying to get information. Because those type of application then it then drags. I can also Mr. Kutra can also maybe attest to this, that sometimes should the application drags too long, or maybe it goes back and forward, usually then is escalated to me, where I tried to assist as soon as possible, should it go beyond abnormal times. Your last question in terms of communications. So I think I mentioned somewhere where here, when we issue the may install, usually we issue the may install to the supplier, because they are the ones who need to send the machine. And then if there's a need for acceptance test, then we send that letter to the responsible person, meaning on the form we'll have the email address of the responsible person, or sometimes also on the database will have the responsible person's email. So that's the person who will get the information regarding, or if there's an updated license or whatever the case might be. So the reason why we're trying to make sure that on our side we know the point of communication at that particular time, because I know sometimes the suppliers, they don't inform you once they receive the may install, because they haven't been paid their monies. And then that's where the problem starts. But on our side, definitely the may install is sent to the suppliers, and any other information like your updated license or your acceptance letters is then sent to the responsible person that is available on the form or on our database. Thanks, Nazwan.
Thank you, Mr. Mapope. The third question is from Chetty.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
It's under Chetty, but I'm Popin Feka. I'm in Inkosi Albert Lutuli Central Hospital. I'm with our team of radiographers here, about 4 of them. I just want to thank everybody who has organized this meeting. It's been very informative so far. But what I wanted to is actually a comment, what I'm coming up with, and a request. I think most of you are aware that there is no representation at the provincial office for radiographers in KZN. I'm in Durban. So I would like to request that if there's any communication that needs to be circulated to the radiographers in this province, maybe the HTS Health Technology Services Department could be used so that that information can be disseminated to all the radiographers. I hope Mr. Sibeko has joined the meeting. I know that there's quite a number of them. Even Mr. Singh, if there may be on an email, Mr. Mapope, maybe we can just communicate with you and give you the details of the people you could communicate with, just to make sure that KZN is not left behind on the notifications that you might be sending out to the radiographers and the institution CEOs and all that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Poppy. Yeah, actually, that is why I contacted you when I was sending the invite, because I knew you will know the people to send it to. But the communication will be welcome for future purposes. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mapope. I see Michelle Mlonzi had a hand up as well, but I don't see her anymore. Mr. Dilekile, is that your second hand, or is the first questions that you had?
Yes, it's my second hand.
Oh, okay. I'll take you, and from there, after that, we can go for tea break. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lazara. Just a quick one. Here in the Eastern Cape, we had complex institutions whereby there will be three in one under one license. Like I would make an example: Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital, Mthatha General, and Bedford Orthopedic Hospital. And if we will look at Port Elizabeth, there will be Livingston Hospital and Dorangiza and PE Provincial Hospital. So they would be under one license. So now the decomplexing has happened. And then now what I had noticed, especially for the guys in Mthatha, is that the license is still the same for all these three institutions. And then now when there's a May install that is required, the license that is covering that institution is also affected by the non-compliance of another institution.
Correct.
So now I just needed to check now, what can these guys do? Because now they get to be sacrificed for the sins of other people. So
Correct.
the decomplexing, how can it be done so that they can have their own machines and be responsible for their own?
Mr. Kuchwa, you see now you are telling me something I don't know in terms of the decomplexing. But I would advise that you send us the RC01 and RC02, meaning the current responsible person will give us the RC02, and then the new person on the new hospital, then they will give us the RC01. Because if we have the RC01, we are able to create a new license. And RC02 can change, they can do modification or change premises within the same license. But for us to create a new license, we need the RC01. I'm not sure if it's clear. So for each and every institution that you have separated from the one license, kindly do that RC02 and RC01. Then we'll be able to assist. The ones that needs their own new licenses will have, and then the existing license that had the 3 can be left for one of the institution. I don't know, but the other ones, definitely you are correct. Should one license, we don't as long as the machines are falling under that one license, we make sure that we check compliance on all the devices under that license. So another thing that maybe this can benefit everyone else, in many institutions, the dental x-rays falls under the same license. Again, that can be, we can allow you to separate the dental to the medical, because usually we have found that the dental are the most non-compliant, but because it's on the same license in our database, we pick it up as a non-compliance. So for you, you can apply to us to detach, or the license to be detached from the dental and the diagnostic x-rays. In that way, when you are applying for and they are not compliant, they don't affect you. So we then were able to issue the license to the medical side, so that we don't affect the dental per se. So we are able to assist in that case, in that instant, Mr. Kutra, as long as you send us the correct application. And yeah, thanks.
Okay. Oh, thanks a lot, man. But actually, the thing is, the machine didn't move. The only thing that moved was just the paperwork. that this one is standing on its own. And then I don't know whether can it also assist if, let's say, one institution can just list their own their own machines and their serial numbers, and then the other one also indicates the same, and then forward to you guys so that you can just update the database and issue a new license for the other one, and then the other one still maintains the old one.
I think maybe we can have a discussion, me and you, after this
Okay.
on,
Sure.
because I think now this is a specific scenario, but technically
Okay.
we need to have, because we need to evaluate the new, because in our system now it tells us, when we look at the system, it tells us this license belongs to this institution and this is the responsible person, and this is the arrangement. So to change it to the new arrangement, we can't just do it in a list. We have to get the application forms, but me and you, we can talk some other time, say.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. At this point in time, we can now go for tea break. We've exceeded a little bit of time, so we can meet at 11:05. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lazola.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, colleagues.
Thank you.
All right. I hope you guys had some time to refresh, and continuing with our workshop for the day. Our next speaker will be Ms. Chetty. I will just share a little bit of introduction. So Ms. Chetty holds a diploma in diagnostic radiography and a diploma in nuclear medicine. She also has a BTech in radiography. She has worked in both X-ray and nuclear medicine departments in public and private sector. She has been with radiation control for almost 12 years now. Ms. Chetty is currently holding a position of an assistant director at SAPRA Durban Region Office. Welcome, Ms. Chetty, and thank you so much for availing yourself. You can take it over for your presentation. Thank you. I don't know if you are muted, but I don't seem to hit. All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you to the program director and to Lazola for the introduction. I will be presenting on quality assurance today and the reason why it is so important and how it can be implemented. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Not yet on my side.
Noted either side for me as well.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're good. You're good.
All right. So this is my presentation on diagnostic quality assurance. The reason you would want to have a quality assurance program is to make sure that your department and your X-ray machines work like well-oiled machines. And for everything to go smoothly, as you can see in this picture, you would need a quality management system. As part of the quality management system, you have quality assurance. And within that quality assurance, you have the quality control. I'll discuss what each one of these means now. So within the quality management system, you have QA, which is quality assurance. This is a planned and systemic approach to monitoring and assessing the service that is being delivered. And routine quality control is part of this quality assurance program.
Sorry, Dixie. Can you put it on presentation mode at least, please?
Sorry.
Can you put your presentation on presentation mode?
Oh, you mean on PowerPoint?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just 1 second.
Okay, let me take control.
Quickly. He wants me to put it on PowerPoint presentation mode. I don't know how to do that.
It's the button on the bottom right corner next to Zoom. On your presentation. No, on your presentation, bottom next to Zoom on left side of the Zoom. That one, yes, thank you. You can unmute and carry on, Dixie. Unmute.
Sorry about that, Nkundisi. I'm struggling a bit with the technical aspects. Okay,
You're
so
good now. You're good now. Thanks.
Okay, we're good to go now. All right. So as I said, the quality assurance is a planned and systemic approach to monitoring and assessing the service that is being delivered by a department. Routine quality control is part of a QA program and is actually the testing of the equipment. Quality control and quality assurance constitute a quality management system. What is quality assurance? The World Health Organization, the WHO, defines a quality assurance program in diagnostic radiology as an organized effort by the staff operating a facility to ensure that the diagnostic images produced are of sufficiently high quality so that they consistently provide adequate diagnostic information at the lowest possible cost and with the least possible exposure of the patient to radiation. So here you will be practicing, it allows you to practice the Alara Principle. Quality assurance, a quality assurance program is a set of plans, tests, these are the control tests, reports, records, and then remedial actions. The main aim of the quality assurance program is to protect the public and radiation workers against unnecessary radiation and to guard against incorrect diagnosis by way of reducing apparatus and operator faults. What is quality control? Quality control tests and procedures for X-ray equipment are designed to verify the mechanical stability of the device and the integrity of the safety mechanisms, such as interlocks and audio alarms. This is to actually make sure that your equipment is working properly. In addition, quality control tests verify the performance of display monitors and other ancillary equipment. What is the purpose of quality control testing? It is to ensure that an X-ray system continues to achieve the same quality of image for the same dose as when it was first set up. And for this, the acceptance tests are usually the baseline. This is why it is so important to keep a record of the acceptance tests in the IER for when the inspector comes to do an inspection, and they can refer to this and follow whether the quality as in the integrity of the machine has been compromised or not. Regulatory control. This is the effect of regulatory control. This is the group where you have regulatory control, and as you can see, everything is in place, and she looks very calm and peaceful. And this is the group that is not regulated. All these poor little eyes all over the place. Well, to implement a quality assurance program, you will need this document. It's called the Requirements for License Holders with Respect to Quality Control Tests for Diagnostic X-ray Imaging Systems. I think all of you are familiar with this. And to establish a QA program, you would use that together with the Code of Practice. And the tests that you, as a radiographer, would have to do can be found in the British Institute of Radiology, in the Institute of Physics and Engineering in Medicine, and the American Association of Physics in Medicine. A table 2 in the requirements document has the tests that you as the license holder need to perform, and also the tests that are performed by the inspection body. So establishing a QA program, first of all, you need an exposure chart for each unit. This is to ensure that the radiation administered to a patient for diagnostic purposes is optimized. And this chart must be sufficient to enable the procedure to provide the required information and not greater than is necessary to provide that information, meaning that you stick to the Alara Principle. This exposure chart must be available to the IBA inspection body when they are on your premises doing their test, the annual QA test. So continuing with establishing a QA program, you would have to compile an individual equipment record. It's called an IER, and that must include the following information. If you look at page 30 on version 9 of the requirements document, I do have a slide on that, and I will show it to you in a minute. So in order to establish, to compile an individual equipment record, you would have to have these following details: the machine details, including the license and serial numbers, routine and acceptance test results, evidence and the raw data, quality control tests manual that you get to the machine, test results numbered as per the requirements document, and the annual QA results performed by the inspection body. This should be the actual full copy, a hard copy of the results that you get from the inspection body. After they have completed the tests, you should actually make sure that you call them and ask for a copy, because what happens is when they submit the results to head office, all they do is send a summary. And when the inspector comes in to do an inspection, he or she will require that you have the complete test results so they can look through it in its entirety. You also need your maintenance records, and this is the form that we speak of on page 30. And this must be completed for each unit. And if the tube has been replaced, those details should be in the IER as well. So this is an example of the form that must be included in the IER. You will find this at the end of the requirements document. You make a copy of it for each unit, and you will complete all the details on this form for that unit. So routine tests in the requirements documents are to be performed by the license holder or persons appointed by the license holder. This should be performed at prescribed intervals. The QA manuals and/or in-house protocols must be used, and the relevant tools must be acquired, the tools that you need to carry out these tests. These tests must be performed by a person who is competent to execute the test, which means that this person must have had some sort of training to carry out these tests. Daily quality assurance tests must be performed in the morning before use on patients. Results and evidence must be included in the IER for each unit, and proper analysis and documentation of the results must be included in there as well, should be carried out and included in the IER. And where necessary, corrective measures must be taken when the standards are not met. And after you've taken these corrective measures, you need to retest. And these tests should all be available for the inspection body during the carrying out of the annual QA. This is a horrific sight to radiation control and should be to you as well. I think it's in theater. I don't expect this to happen in any X-ray department. As I said, they should never ever happen. Aprons must be placed on the hangers after use. If they're placed in like that, they can actually get cracked, and these cracks will render the apron ineffective for the purpose of protection because radiation will filter through these cracks. The acceptance tests are done by the inspection bodies immediately after installation and before it is put into clinical service. Thereafter, an annual QA must be done on that X-ray machine. And if there is something wrong with the test, if any of the tests fail, remedial action should be taken and retesting if tests fail. So here I have to emphasize that once the inspection body has done the test and left, and they send you a copy, which you must demand of the actual test, you need to go through that copy of the test and not just file it away. You need to look and see if any of the tests have failed, and if they have, then you get it repaired. You take the necessary action, and you get them to retest after you've done this. The reason I'm emphasizing this is that often you think, well, I've done the annual QA, and it's been submitted to head office, so everything's fine. And then when you apply for a license again and it's rejected, and you wonder why, it's because 1 or 2 tests have failed and you didn't see that and have it remedied. So please look at the tests when you, the copy of the test results when you get it, and look to see if any of the tests have failed. If there are any tests that have failed, you take the necessary action and you have the inspection body come in again and retest. The other thing I need to tell you is that you assume that the inspection body has done the test and you are now compliant, but not always so, because sometimes they don't, for some reason or the other, submit the test to our head office, and then on the database it shows that the test has not been done. I've had several instances where that's happened, where people have called me when they want to install new equipment and they're not compliant, and they say we've done everything, and then you find out that the inspection body hasn't submitted the test, or else a test or 1 or 2 tests have failed and it hasn't been remedied. So please keep that in mind. That's very important. Then the other thing you need to check when the inspection body is doing the test, that particular technician that has come in to do the test, for instance, on a diagnostic X-ray unit, you need to make sure that that person has been accredited with SANAS to do a testing on a diagnostic unit or a mammo unit if you are having a mammo unit tested, because not all of the technicians are accredited to do all of the units, all categories of units. Some of them just have 2 or 3 and don't have the other. For instance, they might not be able to do CT. So this is something that is very critical, and you need to check that the correct technician has been sent to do your QA on that, your annual QA on that piece of equipment. So as I said, the results and the raw data that you will get from the inspection body, that you should actually demand from the inspection body, because often they don't send it to you. This must be in the IER when the inspector comes through for the inspection. The acceptance test and the annual QA that the inspection bodies carry out are submitted through ESS to the head office. And after head office has received it, they will then update the database to say that these tests have been done. And it will also reflect if any of the tests have failed on the database. So coming to interpretation of the images, all diagnostic image interpretation shall be performed by making use of the application software, which includes zoom, pan, magnification, and windowing tools to optimize spatial and contrast resolution. Image display and reporting monitors must comply with the requirements, and you do know that monitors must also have QA done on them, especially the reporting monitors. So these are the requirements for the monitors. For mammography, you would need a 5 megapixel monitor. For conventional radiography, you need a 3 megapixel. And for CT, 1.3 megapixel monitor. For all the other monitors, 1 megapixel will do. Okay. With regards to the inspections, these are carried out to check compliance. So inspections are done every 3 years on X-ray departments, which would be your department. The annual QA, though, must be done every year, even if you are not being inspected by SAPRA annually, because what happens is when it's reflected on the database, and if you've had an inspection this year and you decide next year that I'm not doing the QA because SAPRA will only come here in 2 years' time, what happens is it gets picked up on the database that the QA has not been done, and the inspectors are able to see this, and they can actually decide to come and inspect you again. So if you want to avoid being inspected every year, please make sure, and for the purposes of what it's meant for protection of everybody, please make sure that the equipment is inspected by an inspection body annually. And these records should be kept in the IER. So if an inspector comes to you this year and comes back in another 3 years, that inspector can actually ask for and look at the QA that was done next year and the year after as well. The IER must be available for inspection during the inspection while the inspector is there. And in that IER, you should also have the HPCSA registrations. The SABS records must be kept for 10 years, including incident reports. And policy documents must have a file of its own. Medical, or you could have it in the IER, but that would be a repetition. So I would recommend that you have a separate policy file, document file. Your medical examinations must be available for the radiation workers. And the license numbers and serial numbers will be checked during the visual inspection of each room by the inspector. So as you know, you need to have a little piece of paper with the license number and the serial number of each unit, and that should be visible for the inspector in each room. These are the references that you can go to if you need any more information. And as I mentioned at the beginning, quality assurance is a team effort, and all the staff should be involved in it and should have knowledge of how to perform these tests and compile a program for the department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chetty. All right. I will actually open the room for questions at 12 after our last speaker. So probably you can just draft down your questions that you have for Ms. Chetty. On that note, I will call our last speaker, which is Ms. Shirley Ramchuda. And so she will give us a presentation with the topic inspection process, non-compliance, and enforcement. Just like as a little introduction, Ms. Chetty completed her national diploma in diagnostic radiography at
No,
Durban
it's Ms.
University.
Ramchanda.
Sorry. sorry. So Ms. Ramchanda completed her national diploma in diagnostic radiography in Durban University of Technology in KwaZulu-Natal. She then completed her BTech in nuclear medicine at Cape Peninsula University of Technology in Cape Town. Ms. Ramchoda has worked at numerous government institutions as well as private institutions in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and in the Western Cape. She has also worked abroad, particularly in Saudi Arabia and in England. Ms. Ramchoda has been with SAPRA for 8 years in the position of Chief Radiation Control Officer. Thank you so much, Shirley. You can have the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, for that lovely introduction. Good day to holders from the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and my fellow SAPRA colleagues. It's my privilege to present on the inspection process, non-compliance, and the enforcement trajectory. I'm most certain that it's an absolute nightmare for any license holder to encounter enforcement. So by the end of this presentation, you will be knowledgeable on what initiates the enforcement procedure and the pathway applicable and the necessary timeframes.
Thank you.
During the entire inspection and enforcement process, the inspector operates within the ambit of the law in terms of the Hazardous Substance Act. At the end of this presentation, there will be a Q&A session, so you are encouraged to jot down your questions. For today's purposes, our audience consists of X-ray as well as isotope holders. So the words license and authority are used interchangeably in my presentation. The word license will refer to X-ray holders and the word authority will refer to isotope holders. So I will now be sharing my screen. Can you see me on presentation mode?
Yes, Jali.
Thank you. So, and the enforcement discussed below is applicable to X-ray machines as well as isotope authorities. The inspection commences with the entry to the premises of the license holder. However, you also need to bear in mind that some inspections are performed unannounced. It just depends on the objective of the inspection. Before commencing the inspection, the inspector will identify the objects, the area that is applicable to be inspected, again, example, the premises, equipment, and records, including dose records and patient records. We then assess the findings, whether the inspection presents an extreme, high, medium, or low risk. The inspection process. During the process of the inspection, the inspector will tour the premises accompanied by the designated responsible person. The room will be evaluated for compliance in terms of lead shielding and lead aprons, and the equipment will be checked for serial numbers, and we also do checks on the tube to ensure that the tube is not moving, which would cause that the tube will remain stationary in the position that the radiographer has positioned it, and there's no mechanical movements during the exposure. We will then review documents. The documents reviewed includes the IER, the standard operating procedures at the institution, QC test results. These will include the QC tests that are performed by the radiographer, as well as the QA tests that are performed by the inspection body. We also assess staff dose records for the radiation dosimetry readings. At the end of the inspection, we will conduct a brief exit interview. We will inform the responsible person of the major findings. The process that would be followed after a minor non-compliance. We will issue compliance directives with due dates. Sorry, that's a typing mistake. We will issue non-compliance directive within due date. The license holder will receive a report and a follow-up reminder email will be sent with a 30 days notice. So allow me to elaborate on this. So after an inspection is completed, a report is sent to the license holder. The day on which you receive the report is day 1. 30 days from that, you are allowed that window frame to respond with all the requirements that are included in the report. If a response is not received, it will be assessed for, if a response is received, it will be assessed for compliance. So this refers to after the 30 days from the receipt of your report. If all outstanding requirements have been met, the license holder will receive a written response of compliance. So you can take a breath and relax. Nothing further is required. However, if no reply is received from the license holder, a final written warning is issued. And then the final reminder with a 5 days response time requirement. Enforcement. During an inspection, if there is a deviation from requirements, the following actions will be taken. Verbally highlight the non-compliance during the exit interview. Indicate the legislation and the SAPRA guidelines related to the non-compliance. Outline the corrective action that is required. Seal equipment if no quality assurance of the X-ray was performed. And we provide a time frame when the compliance is expected. Enforcement. Compile a written report to confirm the oral requirements within a 5-week period. So at this point, allow me to elaborate. The turnaround time for generating a report is 5 weeks. However, you could receive the report at the end of the 2nd week after the inspection, and you will be required from the receipt date to conform with the requirements that were mentioned in the report. The inspection report will clearly identify the concerned breach of the Hazardous Substance Act, the regulations and the licensing conditions, the offense involved, and the applicable penalty. So when we refer to applicable penalty, we use a graded approach, and that will take into consideration the risk applicable and the repeat offense, or if it's a first offense, those conditions will be considered. No response from license holder. This is every inspector's nightmare. If there is no response from the license holder to the final written warning issued in regards to the email communication and telephone calls, the inspector then proceeds to discuss this matter with the line manager to then explore the relevant penalties, which can include but are not exhaustive. The unit can be sealed, license can be suspended. The operator, if contravention by the operator has violated their HPCSA scope and mandate, then they would also be escalated and reported to the HPCSA for further investigation. And this process will continue until a positive response is received and the transgression has been appropriately remedied. Non-compliances. In instances where there is extreme risk, immediate sealing will be applicable. Embargo, this refers specifically to isotope holders. An embargo will be issued. And furthermore, you could have your sources removed, or also equipment, if they are smaller, X-ray equipment can be removed from the premises. These are applicable if the operation, possession of group 3 or group 4 X-ray units or radioactive sources without a license or authority. The other factor is if the equipment was installed without a May installed license. The third factor would be the use of equipment without a license or a permission to use. So you would see that on your authority where it says license to use, which differs from license to install. Non-compliance, these are examples of what would constitute non-compliance. Annual QC on X-ray equipment not performed and also not recorded. Repeated non-performance of quality control tests. The radiographer is not registered with the HPCSA. Also, there are instances when the radiographer fails to produce the current registration for the year. License holder employing unregistered radiographer. In the cardiac cath lab, there's no physicist that's appointed on the license. Radiation workers not registered with one of the services, either dosimetry services, SABs, etc. So the radiation workers are working unmonitored. Just want to add on here, there have been situations where pregnant radiographers found it cumbersome to wear the pregnant dosimetry alarm, so they chose not to wear it. This is also a violation, and the responsible person must be very firm with them in terms of this and report it to the inspector as well, who will undertake the necessary steps. And non-response to inspection report. This refers to where requirements were outlined, your 30 days has expired, and you have failed to respond to that. And failed QC tests that have not been attended to, as highlighted by Mrs. Chetty's representation earlier, where she reminded you that all license holders must look at the test results that are submitted to them from the IBs and identify if any have failed and take corrective action. Nuclear medicine, annual returns not submitted, premises without a responsible radiation protection officer, internal rules not compiled, radionuclides, equipment removed from the premises without a license or an authority to do so, radiation monitors not calibrated or not available, radiation overexposures not reported to SAPRA. So these is just an examples of the equipment that is used in the nuclear medicine. The nuclear medicine medical physicist is not available on the license authority, and contamination in public areas. We have in the pictures the use of the monitoring device as displayed here. So a summary would include, we would check the HPCSA registration for all radiation workers. Just an addition here would be for mammographers. Mammographers must have their certification, and they must be certified in that category with the HPCSA in order to perform the mammograms. So there should be a responsible person for each premises. Each premises should have a copy of their license document available. Due to load shedding, we request that it be available in hard copy so it can facilitate the inspection process with the inspector and the responsible person more seamlessly. Records of occupational dose reports for each worker. The details of the X-ray units listed on the license should correspond with what is installed at the premises. And we verify this when we do the tour at the inception of the inspection with the responsible person. So the information that must be displayed includes the brand, the model, year of manufacturing, and serial number, and include the license of that specific machine. The license number must be displayed. Unlicensed units will be sealed immediately. The license number of each unit must be displayed on the machine. We verify the date of the last annual QC. Copies of the test results must be updated in the IER. Check records of short frequency, routine tests, and the tests that are performed by the radiographer. These refer to the alignment and congruency tests. Exposure chart must adhere to Alara Principle. Here we advocate a high kV technique and a low MAS to reduce patient dose. Radiation warning sign, that's the trefoil sign, must be displayed at the entrance of the X-ray room. Mobile units should have a visible radiation warning sign. Lead aprons must be present, a measuring tape, and an exposure chart attached to the mobile unit. CT and fluoroscopy. These rooms must have a working warning light outside the room to indicate when fluoroscopy and CT is in progress, and it must be at the entrance to the room. Lead aprons must be available. They must be tested via fluoroscopy at the stipulated intervals and recorded. Images of QC tests performed must be available for assessment by the inspector. Test frequency for all medical X-ray units is annually, except for bone densitometry. However, in this instance, calibration and service records will still be applicable. For dental units, the test frequency is 3 yearly, except for cone beam CT units, which is annually because the dose is far greater. In conclusion, all non-compliant inspection outcomes are escalated to the manager and the RADCON committee for further consultation and decision-making on action that needs to be taken. If there is repetitive findings or major non-compliance, the license and the authority will be suspended. Premises will be visited for sealing of the units. So this is an explanation of what we check during our inspection, the lights that must illuminate during the procedure, the sign on the door, and the shielding sliding door. This is an example of what the first page of the requirements document looks like. Each specific category of machine, example, an X-ray machine or a dental X-ray machine, will have its own dedicated requirements document. The one I'm displaying here refers to diagnostic X-ray machines, and these are all available on the SAPRA website. The second one here refers to the requirements for dental diagnostic X-ray machines. This is an example of the first page of your license, followed by the next page of the license. This is a list of all the equipment that you have, all the active equipment that you have on your premises. And the last page is for the components. You will notice that the components do not have dedicated license numbers, but they do appear on your license, and QA is required for all of them, and non-performance of the QA will still constitute a contravention. This is still a continuation of the license. It includes the conditions set out on your license. This page demonstrates what a sealing statement would look like. So once you've had the unfortunate experience of having your machine sealed, the inspector will provide you with this statement. It contains the address, the details of the machine that was sealed, the license number, and it will contain the contravention and the reason for the sealing. It will also contain the inspector's details responsible for the sealing. this is what it would look like once we've applied our beautiful yellow tape onto your X-ray machine. You need to be advised that this is a special yellow tape, and in the instance where this tape is removed, the tape breaks, so the integrity of the tape will not be the same. Part of the tape will still remain on the machine and the other part will come out in your hand. You're unable to buy this tape anyway, so removing of the tape is a contravention of the Hazardous Substance Act. It would initiate disciplinary procedures, and the license holders are encouraged and also warned not to tamper with that seal under any circumstances. In addition, the picture B shows the sign here. This is a sticker that is placed on the sealing tape so that whoever is looking at that will know who is the inspector that has put the tape on, and if they need any intervention or to remove the tape, they need to contact that inspector and communicate before doing any action. This is an enlarged view of the sticker that I've showed you in the previous slide. This is an example of a request to unseal. So after your machine was sealed and you require it to be unsealed for a technician to perform the maintenance and the corrective action, before you remove the seal, you need to send an email to the inspector and you need to provide the following details: the technician's name, the company, the date when the work would be performed, and the inspector in return would issue you with a permission to unseal, but the permission to unseal is limited for repair work only. And this is what it would look like. Once this has been issued, you will then perform the corrective action and you would submit those results to the inspector for review. Once the inspector deemed it compliant, the inspector will then issue you with a permission to use, and then you would be able to use the machine because it is now compliant. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation, and I will now open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramchunda.
You're welcome.
Yes, we can now open the floor for the questions. Thank you. Mr. Ndilekile Kujo, you can go ahead, sir.
All right. Thanks a lot, Lazola. Once again, thanks to Ms. Shetty and Ms. Ramchunda. Yeah, it's been very much informative. Thanks a lot, colleagues, to refresh us on what is expected of us, ensuring that our clients and our staff members are quite safe. I just need to check one thing. There was something that we spoke about the other time when we had these sessions. I think we're in Cape Town, where the issue of the QA is being done once every 2 years was being proposed. I just need to check whether has that been on the table again, or it's no longer there, where the QAs are just there are just done once every 2 years instead of being done annually. Just one question. And then the other one, I just needed to check regarding the exposure charts. Since we've got these digital machines, are we still expected to have hard copy exposure charts, even though they do have the inbuilt exposure charts that are there? And the last one, the QAs, do we need QAs for the printer? Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I will start with the question regarding the exposure chart. Even though it might be digital, yes, you are still required to have a hard copy displayed. In your room, it needs to be displayed on the wall near the machine, and on the mobile X-ray machine, it needs to be attached to the machine. Secondly, regarding the QA for the printer, when it appears as a component on your license, you are required to do the QA. The question regarding the 2-year annual testing, I will leave the floor open to my colleagues to answer on that question. Thank you.
I think maybe Mkondisi should answer that.
I missed the last part of the question. If you can repeat it for me.
The question that was raised on the platform was there was some communication regarding the frequency of the annual testing being reduced from a 3-year period to a 2-year period. So the question was, what is the final census? What is the current stance on that? The period being reduced.
Yes.
Can I just clarify that?
Yes, please.
Let me just clarify that. Basically, we know most of the QAs are being done on an annual basis.
Yes.
And then they are not done for the forensic equipment. That's what we were told when we were interacting. But now there was this thing that instead of doing the QAs on an annual basis, maybe we should look at the options of doing the QAs once every 2 years.
Okay, on extended period. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So just once every 2 years, and then we, instead of doing it on an annual basis. That was my issue of clarification as to whether is that still on the table or it's no longer on the table at all.
Thank you, Mr. Kuchwar, for the clarification. I'm not sure if Esther can be unmuted. She can answer if she knows this matter. Mel Ontogozo, can you please unmute Esther Matabani? Okay, so I will unmute you, Esther, just now if I can. Okay, you can unmute yourself then, Esther.
Okay, yeah. Good morning. This matter about the 1 year and 2 years period of annual QA was under discussion, but unfortunately, people who were involved in this discussion are no longer with us. So if there's a need to resuscitate it, we can start maybe afresh and look at the reasons why we would do that, and see if if it's gonna affect the functioning of the units, or maybe we can also decide on what type of units can we allow to have annual QA every 2 years. I mean, that's a conversation that can go on from here. Thank you. I see there's a hand.
Thank you, Mama Esther. All right, I'll take the second question from Kanden Chetty.
Good day, it's Poppy speaking again.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, I just want to find out in regards to the mammography units, because now the responsible person has to be a certified mammographer. In a big department where you have various type of equipment, then you have the memo. The mammographer is expected to be the responsible person and complete the RC forms. Does this mean that person is now fully responsible for that one particular unit?
Thank you. I'll take this. We have 2 available slots for a responsible person. So in your establishment where you have a memo and it's a big institution, you would nominate 1 responsible person for your X-ray units. But for the mammo unit, it must be that dedicated mammographer. So it's a hybrid system. So it's a decision of the management whether the mammographer is included in the rest of the QC of the X-ray machine. But where it comes to exclusively the mammo unit, it must be the mammographer. So you'd have 2 responsible persons nominated for your establishment in that instance. I hope I've answered you.
Okay, thank you, Dixie. Does this mean
Shirley.
Oh, it's Shirley. I'm so sorry, Shirley.
Our voices are similar, sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Does that mean when the inspection takes place, the mammographer will have to answer for the mammography unit?
Yes, purely because she is conversant with the QA that's performed daily, which is very important for the mammography unit. And she will be able to answer the questions, the necessary QA questions. So she will have to be present. But I understand in terms of time limitation, so the inspector can construct the inspection in such a way that we could commence with the mammography unit, and then the head of the department, if she so wishes to be present during that, because SAPRA adheres to Batupila, transparency and openness, and then the mammographer can then be released to perform her functions for the day. So she will have to be present for that section only.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure, Chair, if I can ask the next question. Control has to keep their reports, the inspection reports in their database or on their records.
A legal requirement is 5 years, the last time I was updated, but if things have changed, my colleagues are welcome to give some feedback. So in absence of any response, I take it that it is a 5-year period. We still have sufficient time, so there are further points I'd like to add if no one else has any questions.
Okay, Shirley. I'll firstly take Siyabonga Mazibuko.
Sure.
You can go ahead, Siyabonga. Thank you. You can unmute. Looks like there is a little bit of a problem. I'll take Ndilekile again for now.
Thanks, Chair. No, it's just another request, basically, because I was listening to the reports coming to the institutions regarding the non-compliance, and then there is no response, and then there's another final 5-day report or warning that goes to the institution, which leads to the either the suspension, the sealing, or even the expulsion or the suspension of the facility. I would really like to request our SAPRA colleagues that when those reports are being done, at least the provincial manager just to be alerted, because all of this is happening in the province. He or she is supposed to be coordinating. So now, if there's an institution that's the potential threat to the services by being closed or suspended, at least I think we should be able to have a way of knowing how to intervene. Not that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We are doing what we're doing. But as I was saying earlier on, last week I was just told that the person I thought was the responsible person at one hospital is no longer there. And that information was not forthcoming. So basically, what I would like to plead is that let us continue as provincial coordinators to be the eyes of SAPRA as well, because we're all working towards the same goal of ensuring that the services are done correctly and safely for everyone. If there's any threat, the provincial coordinator, that's where the buck stops. You know, at least let's just be copied, and then we can see how best to assist and ensure that we correct what needs to be corrected and sustain the good that is there. And then just the last one, I just need to check is it possible that we could be able to get the copy of the minutes or of the presentations? I think that's all. I think that's all for me now. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. I'll take the first question that you raised in informing the provincial coordinator. So it is the mandate of SAPRA to provide protection and also to ensure service delivery to the patients. As you said, it's a collaborative effort. So in this instance, I understand your situation whereby the responsible person has left and no one else in that institution has taken the action to replace that responsible person. So from now going forwards, I think we need to reiterate what are the responsibilities of a responsible person in terms of ethics. So if the responsible person is leaving the institution, it's incumbent upon the responsible person to advise RADCON that they are leaving and submit an RC 005 form. There is a section there that says resignation or a dissociation with the organization, and they need to complete that. There are other sections that have the new appointed person. So obviously the exiting person would not have that information, and it shouldn't discourage them to complete that form because they are doing their part of it. Once they submit that RC 005 form to RADCON, we are then aware that that institution doesn't have an active responsible person. And then we would put the steps in place and contact the hospital management to then take it forward and advise them that a new responsible person needs to be nominated. Secondly, in terms of the Papaya Act, we are limited as to who we send communication out to. So in the license, we have a section for email addresses. So that can be a decision taken by the hospital to include the provincial coordinator. It can be a simple process of them sending radiation control an email to say, please include this email address in correspondence. And we would have that as the evidence, as a request, so that when we're communicating, we're not in violation of the Papaya Act. So that would certainly help you in monitoring and being able to be hands-on to prevent any disruption in service delivery. I hope that has assisted you in your inquiry.
Yeah, no, it does assist a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. I will take now Siyabonga Mazibuko. You can unmute Siyabonga. All right. Let me take Nozipho Mzize.
Greeting to Program Director, the presenters, and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity and such an informative workshop. I just want to highlight a few things and also have a request. At the institutions, actually, sorry, I'm Nozipho Mzize from EGN Asha Memorial Hospital, Assistant Director in Radiography.
Thank you.
I'm also the chairperson of Area 2 Radiographers Forum. The challenges we're having at the hospital level. Firstly, We all know the shortage of staff and all that. But also there was a change where now the technology has changed, but there was no training in place to update the managers, the radiographers with the new technology in terms of the tests that they need to do. I'm pleading and saying, is there a way where we can have a platform of refresher course or refresher training for all the radiographers and radiography managers? And second, there is this are doing the annual QAs. There's a weekly QA and a monthly QA. Not so many of us are familiar with those in terms of like our unit, your general Baki unit. What are those? What are you guys looking for when you talk of the weekly and the monthly QAs? Because we have daily checklist, we have quarterly, we have 6 monthly, but now there is recently they're looking for a weekly and a monthly. If someone can just highlight me of those, what are we expected to do on those ones? Thank you.
If anyone else wants to answer, or can I take this question?
Please
Yes,
do,
you can go
Sherry.
ahead.
Okay, so to answer your question, we have a document that stipulates the frequency and the testing, the applicable tests. That's contained in the radio requirements document. The last few pages is actually a nice table that contains that, and Dixie referred to that in her presentation. So I encourage you to familiarize yourself with that document. It specifically indicates the type of machine. For example, if it's a Baki table, it would tell you what test is required and the frequency. It further tells you whether this test is required to be performed by the radiographer or the inspection body. So secondly, daily tests refer to tube warm-up and those general tests. The quarterly test, which is contained in that document that I've mentioned to you earlier. The quarterly tests refer to the congruency and alignment tests that is required to be conducted by the radiographer. So in terms of your request for training on the new technology, I will have to leave the platform open for my SAPRA colleagues to give feedback on that. But you raised a question that has popped up in this community often. Thank you.
Thank you, Shali. Is there anyone who will probably add something?
Thanks, Mr. Lazola. Yeah, I think in terms of the test, remember, as the regulator, we can put what is needed to be done. And it goes back to the responsibilities on the side of license holders and to ensure that their staff is trained and competent to perform their duties. So on our side, we can say or show or guide on what needs to be done, but the actual training on how to do it and everything else, this can be arranged with either suppliers or manufacturers and stuff like that. And then and it's the responsibility of the license holder to ensure that the staff is competent to perform those functions. That's all I can add. Thank you, Program Director.
Okay, thank you so much. I will go back to Siyabonga Mazibuko.
Good morning, colleagues. Oh, it's good day, actually. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
Okay. Actually, it's Siyabonga. It's Mrs. Ntengenyane Nothemba from Gwelezane Hospital, disguised as Siyabonga Mazibuko.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, we have network issues such that I joined the conversation very late. I had to borrow a laptop from somewhere, but that's besides the point right now. I just want to, 2 comments, actually 3. One, from the last speaker, all I can say, colleagues, is that training and in-service is the responsibility of the employer. Unfortunately, radiation control, SAPRA cannot help us on this one. We just need to organize ourselves and get trained. With the development of the technological development, SAPRA wouldn't know if I've got a digital unit now until they get licensed. So the training, bottom line, training is the responsibility of the employer. That was my one comment. And then we also need to familiarize ourselves with the regulations and quality assurance documents. All those documents, they have all this information. And if we then need it to be put in a form of training, our employer needs to then take that responsibility. And then moving on to the issue of the provincial coordinators' responsibilities. Mr. Kujwa, it's very easy for you to ask for that. KZN doesn't have such. It is most unfortunate that KZN doesn't have such. But to support what you are saying, honestly, there are challenges that, like when you say the responsible person has left, sometimes they don't leave voluntarily, you know. Until you then are aware that so-and-so has actually passed on, which is very unfortunate. It's only then that you will know. But then if you then are the provincial coordinator, you would then be in a position to say, to now talk to SAPRA, which is why I'm supporting that. SAPRA should, provincial coordinators should also have a way of communicating with SAPRA. As much as we are saying at the end of the day, there's the
I think your network might have some glitches.
Person is the overall coordinator of the services in that province.
Sorry.
And then lastly,
my God,
the 2-year extension for okay. Can
sorry,
I
ma'am. Yeah.
Perhaps the coordinator can mute her because she's got very bad network.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we had some network glitches, I think, for the, in the past 30 seconds or so. If you can maybe just repeat. Hello?
Or another option is to type it in the chat.
Oh, yes.
Due to the network interruption. May I make use of the time in responding to the question?
Continue. Yes, Shelley.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
I am referring to the statement made about SAPRA getting involved in the training with new developments in digital and the technology. So for SAPRA to become involved in training would be a conflict of interest as the inspectorate and the enforcement body. So we limited in terms of our mandate for that. So the documents that guide the requirements and the testing is available on our website. We encourage all holders to please visit the SAPRA website. We have recently a beautiful Q&A section there as well. So we encourage everyone to visit that and look at the Q&A section, and please post your questions as well on the website. And in terms of the challenge, I get this repeating question in terms of the responsible person leaving either voluntarily or involuntarily due to, passing on. So I would recommend and propose in this instance, the radiographers working in that institution, it is your ethical responsibility to be aware of who your responsible person is firstly. So once you've identified that and you know that that person is no longer in your institution, it is incumbent upon a radiographer in the institution to then advise us that the responsible person is hereby no longer present. Or you can do it through your management if you so wish. But if you were to send us an email and say, the responsible person has left, what steps do I take? Then you have set off the trajectory for SAPRA to know and then follow through with that organization for appointing a new responsible person or communicating with that institution. I think that would be a very effective way, and because every radiographer is required to have ethics regarding radiation safety. And if you're working in an environment where there is no responsible person and you get exposed, what then would you do? Or if a patient who is pregnant got exposed, what then would you do? So it's about what we were trained in the IAEA. Let's do community policing, so to speak. Let's be responsible for each other. And in that way, we just know that there's no responsible person, and then whatever systems need to be engaged will be put in place by whoever has sent an email or communicated with the manager. I'm just going to quickly recap before I leave the floor open again. I didn't do this during my presentation because I wasn't certain how much time we'd have for Q&A. I didn't want to take all the time. So the enforcement period, I'm just going to recap again. So once you receive the report after your inspection, the day on which you receive the report is considered as day number 1. You are given 30 days in which to respond. At the end of the 30th, and this is calendar days, on the 30th day, once the 30 days has expired, you will then receive a follow-up reminder sent from the admin. You wouldn't get that from the inspector. So you must be aware of different email addresses coming through from SAPRA. You would be sent a reminder from the admin to remind you that you failed to respond. From the day you receive that reminder, you will be then afforded a further 30 days to produce the requirements that were requested in the report. At the end of that 30-day window period, and if you have failed to correspond with the inspector, you will then receive a final reminder. The time frame for that final reminder from the day that you receive it will constitute day 1. You then have 5 days only to respond. At the end of that 5 days, you are now, you have embarked basically, or you've initiated the enforcement process. Once the enforcement process has been activated after that 5-day and there was no response, it cannot be retracted. Even after you produce evidence after the 5-day, whatever action has been taken at the moment when you failed to respond will be enforced, because your opportunity to cooperate or provide the evidence has been surpassed. So I just wanted to clarify that first 30-day, and then followed by the next 30-day, and then followed by a 5-day final. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shirley. Okay, you can continue, Sabonga.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My last comment was on the 2-year extension for QA. The discussion that was there was actually as Ms. Matabane has said, that was not finalized, a discussion that I believe we should open again. But the discussion was based on having been visited, inspected, and you have passed all the 2-year period to actually do it, because all your machines had passed during inspection. So it was not just extending to everybody. It was after an inspection. Then
We are still struggling.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can come in,
yeah.
Lazola. I've muted the mic because we're struggling to hear Madam, but we get the point. I think
Yes.
she's also adding to what Esther said. And I think there was also a comment on the charts from Maureen saying the same thing, that this was raised previously to be an incentive to those who are loyal or who are consistent with their QA, and when they are being inspected, they always compliant. So
Yes, with the graded approach. Yes.
yes, myself, I'm not yet exposed to that conversation, but I'm open to that conversation. I think Phineas is here as well, so it could be a conversation that can be revisited. Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry to cut you off, but unfortunately your network was letting us down, and we could hardly hear what you're saying. Back to you, Lazon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mapope. I will take Mr. Kujo. Mr. Kujo, over to you, sir. All right. Are there any other more questions?
I have a final closure.
Okay.
Final few comments, if I may
Okay.
go ahead, if there's no questions.
I'm here again.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I can see you are back. Okay, sir, you can continue, please.
Okay, yeah, no, just a quick one. I think the response on whether we can get a copy of the minutes or of the presentations for this, thank you guys. It's been very much informative. I mean, we just need to give this information to the other colleagues that had struggled. There were a lot of network challenges for most of our other colleagues who wanted to join, but unfortunately they couldn't get through. If we could just get a copy of the presentations, and also the working day. I mean, these 30 days, is it 30 working days or 30 calendar days?
30 calendar days.
30 calendar days.
Yes.
Okay.
And day one is on the day when you receive the email, when the email was sent.
Okay. Okay.
So that would be the first. So your report, your inspection is done. You receive a report thereafter. Day one is counted as the date on which you receive the report. The report would tell you what is the requirement. You have a grace period of 30 days. You haven't initiated enforcement within that first 30 days. If you respond within the first 30 days, then you wouldn't have initiated enforcement. At the end of that 30 days, if there's been no response to the inspector, you then receive the first reminder, and the reminder on which on the date on which that email was dispatched will consist of day one. So you will be given an additional 30 days in which to respond, but bearing in mind you now have initiated enforcement process. At the end of that 30
Okay.
days, you are given an email again informing you that you are now, this is a final reminder, and you're given a 5-day working, 5-day calendar to respond. But I think when it's a 5 day, sorry, that would apply to office days because the 30 days apply to calendar days. And so, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Shelly.
Yeah, because actually I remember we were talking about earlier on when we submit the applications, that it takes 30 days. And then Mr. Mapopo was saying it was 30 working days. So in other words, when you guys receive our applications, it takes 30 working days. But now when you guys are enforcing, we are enforcing 30 calendar days.
Yes.
But we have some
explanation
fairness there.
Sure.
You just have one working, whether it's working day or calendar days, but at least let that 30 days be consistent.
Sure. So I would beg to differ with the fairness. Remember, when a requirement is made in a report, there's been a non-compliance with the Act. So it cannot be treated in the same manner as an application because the inspector has come out and identified a non-compliance to the Hazardous Substance Act. Hence, we will now say the 30 calendar days. So they're not the same application, so they cannot be treated in the same manner.
No, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues.
Are we getting the minutes, please?
Yes, there is the session. Yes, the session it is recorded, and that's, I believe since you are part of the meeting, you will definitely be able to have access to the recording.
I have two comments to make, which won't take a minute if my colleagues can indulge me, if the board, the platform can indulge me. So no enforcement is effective without reporting. SAPRA therefore has an anonymous whistleblower. So you are encouraged to go onto our website. You will look for the word whistleblowing, which appears on the website. It is completely and utterly anonymous. None of your details will appear and no one in SAPRA will know who you are. Please be encouraged to provide all the details when whistleblowing, because remember, we do not have a way of tracking your email. So we will not be able to contact you if we need further information. The details to please include is the name of the individual that you may be reporting, the name of the institution, the date when the occurrence may have occurred, and if there's any evidence that you can provide, any contact numbers of any of the individuals. And we are adherent to POPIA, so we won't reveal any information. In any case, you will be anonymous, so we will not be able to contact you, and this will ensure your protection. Secondly, in terms of the Hazardous Substance Act, it needs to be outlined the powers of the inspector. So if for some reason an inspector has arrived at your premises and you were not aware that the inspector is programmed to visit your inspection, at no point are you entitled to refuse cooperating with that inspector, because the powers of the inspector in Section 9 clearly indicates that you are required to cooperate with the inspector. For serious contraventions of the Hazardous Substance Act, some license holders may have been exposed to it. SAPRA does work with the South African police and also with the Hawks. But we do advocate for compliance so that it doesn't have to reach that advanced stage, because our sources are exhausted in the country. With that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Shelly. Thank you so much for the information as well. Like I said, colleagues, the recording will definitely be available for the attendees. At this point, I will now call Mr. Colbert Ditsep to close the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me start by thanking the the presenters who gave us the talks. They were indeed very informative. And also continue to thank the attendees from the Eastern Cape, our colleagues that side. The workshop was very engaging. I think both of us, or both sides, have taken something out of it. It's an attempt to, from SAPRA side, to continually engage the stakeholders. So, as mentioned by previous speakers, so that we can enhance the compliance. On that note, I would like to close the workshop officially and say, may you have a good day further. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Bye.
Thanks to everyone for attending.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a lovely day further.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Have a
Thanks,
wonderful day, everybody. Stay
Thank
safe.
you. You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye.
My baby. Yes, when.